All right. Have I got everything turned on this time? I think so. Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, non-binary finery, everybody else out in the audience. Welcome. It's 11:06 Eastern, or well, Atlantic Standard Time. That'd be 10:06 Eastern. Sunday, August 31st. Long weekend. How's that for awesome? Also, all the dual universe you can stand. Hey, Tubes. Good morning. Glad you're here. Just one sec. Someone's sending me a message here. 902 PE underscore gaming. And we'll start. So yeah, there we go. Cool. Always interested in getting some feedback. 9 machines to the line cook. That's an excellent. Yes. Okay. Hey, good morning, Kestrel. All right. So tubes, it's a known issue. I'll show you what you need to change. Um, it has been fixed in. Oh, sorry about that, Gambo. Well, catch the VOD later on, man. Um, yeah. So what it is? Let me. I'm just gonna hop down here. Um, sorry, keyboard foo-foos. That's manager, waitress. Yeah, waitress will do. Same. It's the same problem. So under unit, under on start, there's a chunk of code right here, and this is what yours looks like. And so it only respects slots 1 to 10. Let me change my view here so you can see what the hell I'm babbling about, because I'm doing that thing again. Here we go. All right. What you need to do is change this chunk of code. And I'll show you what the fixed version looks like. Because the line cooks, the waitress, the chef, they all run the same. It's all the same software. What you wind up having to do is add this. Right? And you have to be careful. So it's just you copy the 10 line and you change it to 11 and then 11 and then 11. And then do it again for as many pieces of equipment you want to plug in. Okay? Um, I think. Actually, no, just apply that. And give me a moment here, because it seems to me. Oh, really? Hello, Ebony. Just one sec. I missed that, Kestrel. Well, come up. Stop stabbing me in the ribs and just jump up. There you go, you silly cat. Yeah. Ugh. Oh, I see. Okay. There we go. Let me. Tiny factory. And then it's that one. Oh, yeah, okay. That doesn't work. And I don't have. Okay. Do I have? No, I don't have the source. I don't have the sources on manager for this version yet. Okay, so no, it's not. Okay, so If needs changing, yeah, okay. Well, let me go. Let's go take a look at the code. Let's take a look at it together, real fast. It won't cost us much. Control L. Unit start. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Oh yes, cook check. All right. So. All right. What this does is basically it throttles your industry stack. Okay. Um, yep. So what this does, well, you know what it does, is it makes sure that you're not running too much gear at the same time. And if everyone's already loaded, stop running around in loops. So yeah, this probably should be changed to 20. Oops, stop that. That should be changed to 20 because otherwise you're just going to waste a lot of CPU cycles looking at machines that can't answer. So that, yes, that needs to be changed to 20 or whatever that is there. So in this case, that would be an 18. Good catch. I didn't see that before. That's screen. That's manager. That's waitress needs to be updated. Paste. And you're chef, I suppose? Yeah, you are. And then advanced. Paste. There we go. That. Awesome. Yeah. Well, I appreciate it, Kestrel. As always, if you've got patches or whatever, go ahead and just submit them to repo. If you don't, um, what didn't you hear? Yeah, but Kestrel, if you got patches or whatever, go ahead and submit to repo. I would love to get those blended into the main code line, so that everyone can benefit. If you're up for doing that, of course. No pressure if not. Yeah. Well, I mean, like I say, it's up to you. Or point me in the direction. If you don't want to put a merge request in because you for whatever reason, then just send me a diff and I'll take a look at it. Oh, just it's whatever the number is that you plan on running. The reality is you can't run much more than about 40 to 45 machines simultaneously under control. It causes CPU errors. Basic hydraulics as usual. Okay. I need to hunt that bug down and fix it. But yeah, beyond that's the big thing. Oh, that's weird. Why aren't you? Okay. All right. Um, I must be out of material. Okay. That would be about the only. So I suspect I'm out of I suspect I'm out of chromite. No, there's still stainless steel there. That ain't the problem. I still have. Okay, I still have pure chromium. That's not the problem. What's going on? So, anyway, I want to get building, so that's fine. This is the compressed edition of one line. So, one 3D printer, two metalworks, two electronics, two chemical, or sorry, two glass, two chemical, the feed line, and then two transfer units to load in from the foundry. And pretty compact. And best yet, it fits under the glass. So I'm pleased about that. I've got my first silo up. That's going to get taller, of course. It's probably going to wind up three stots higher. Yep, that makes sense, Kestrel. I'm doing this as much for the origami as anything else, because, well, first off, the more I can put in here, the better. And secondly, when it's running, it just looks cool, I think. So we're going to go back over here, and we're going to start all over again, because, you know, why not? We're going to skip that ad, well, snooze it anyway. Alright, so let's get on with some building. Right, so I need, okay, well, let's get started. And right away, I'm missing containers. Oh, there they are. Okay, we got 4. Oh, you're very welcome. By the way, okay, so we'll just do this. Okay, so line 1, line 2, and then I'm just going to do out there for now. By the way, locations now should be now accessible to anyone who wants to drop in. That's the location name. So it's now accessible to VR if anyone wants to come and take a look at exactly how I've got this built. Right? You're more than welcome to come hang out and watch it run or whatever. Alright, so how am I going to do this? Well, let's do it the obvious way. And then all types, elements, no, not elements, material, and then sort by name, please. So we'll do red and cyan. Equip, go. You can go there, and we'll come over here, and we'll pick the cyan next. Equip. And you can go here. Right. That makes that easy. Now what did I name you? Okay. Okay, I didn't. Alright. Oh, yes, I remember why. Because, yeah, right. Got it. Yes. Probably should have, but didn't. Okay. And then elements, and then we want our... So you can go there, you can go here, and we're just going to stick you there. Okay. And then wire these up. Right? Okay. And again, we're going to do transfer units here. I'm just going to grab a light, actually, before... Just equip. There we go. Just sit here, please. Yeah. There. Just easier. Okay. So now we need some transfer units. I should have one of each. Yeah, I do. Okay. We'll have to make some more, but that's quite okay. They cost the same no matter when you make them. Okay, and then you go here. Oops, you're in the wrong spot. Never mind. You should be here. And you should be here. There. Okay, let's try that again. And we'll put some music up, because music. Here we go. Alright, cool. So that gets us... Alright, now we gotta plug in over here, right? There we go. So those are hooked up to Foundry now, as soon as we're ready to get rolling. Alright. Okay, so now... let's get started. This is just going to be a basic line, bare minimums, mostly oriented around honeycomb and fuel. I don't have a chem industry. Oh, well, that's a problem. Yeah, I don't have glassworks available. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna have to run a couple off real fast. Hey, Agent Marine, good to see ya. Yeah, life's treating me okay these days. Alright. Alright, well, sheepdog. I could steal out of here, I suppose. Alright, just grab one. Yeah, of course. I think... Okay, well, I'll leave that sit for now. That will be that space there. Right, and then it's the two electronics. Which am I working on? One sec here. Working on a new tiny factory build for the larger factories. So what I've got is full L-core, right? And just basically loading it up with specialty tiny factory builds. So this one here and that mess is my generalist build. Right, it's my Omni. I need 3 of these, do it. I need 5 of those. Doesn't matter what it is, do it. And then what I'm doing after that is setting up more specialty ones. So this one's going to be largely Lumi, honeycomb, and fuel. Right. Because as you can see, well, it's an L core. It uses a lot of honeycomb, so I need a dedicated honeycomb production line. You know, I don't need to be running a full industry stack to do that. Yeah. So I like how this one's coming out. Actually, I think it's one of my prettier builds. But with the machinery kind of all, densitied in, you kind of get this almost a faux skyline under the glass in terms of the lights and the flickers and stuff like that. Yeah, very shiny. And, well, you know me. If it's not pretty, I'm not doing it. So, alright, let's do... Okay, so yeah, basically, functional is what we're looking for here. Alright, so yeah, basic electronics. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I'm up over 45 machines, I think. I'm not surprised it's bitching. That's okay. That sits there. That one sits here. Oops. So I've got a set of controller boards. How industrial am I getting? I built a server room. Whoops. Um, so, and, actual racks to put stuff on. So, those boards over there control... those boards over there control all of the smelters and refiners. And so they just... uh-huh. So what they do is they tumble through the list of available Tier 1, Tier 2 products and pures and just make sure that these two bins have got the right amount of material in them at all times. And then the other machines pull from the foundry area to pipe into the supply lines for the tiny factories. Yeah, it cuts down the amount of machinery that's just sitting idle, right? I think it's six or seven smelters and 7 or 8 refiners, and between them, when everything's running, everything gets done pretty quickly, right? And so I don't see... I've done dedicated ones where, this machine only ever does this, and it's just, there's just so much gear just sitting there doing nothing. And I hate the... this is going to sound really strange, but I really hate the look of a factory doing nothing. So, I use this little control board. It requires a little bit more manual intervention on my part. I've got to be in my control room to push buttons and stuff, but I actually find that fun. So, yeah. Well, yeah, and see, that's the thing, is that it's actually the single biggest reason I don't think, like, right now, I don't think the server's big enough for it to support one mega factory. Because I'm pretty sure most of them are just sitting there doing nothing. We don't have an active PvP community. There aren't big, community event, build, donation events where, if we get this many pieces of this list of things here, then we'll build a new spaceport, stuff like that. I don't think most mega factories do much other than build themselves. So, but hey, that's okay too. Minecraft meets Eve meets Factorio. Alright. Yep. And even at that, I don't think we got enough people actively doing shipbuilding. Like, same, ultimately. The factory must grow. Okay, so we're cranking some stuff here, and that's cool. Oh, we're already cranking out one glass furnace. Fantastic. Okay, great. All right, take care of yourself, Aiden Marine. Good to see you as well. All right. Okay. Now we're gonna do the metal machines. Okay. Oops. Build mode, please. Here we go. There. And I only have one printer. Oh, no, I don't. I have 2 here. Okay, cool. All right, so we'll equip that. Now here... no, I'm not gonna do that. because I know I'll wind up just out of frustration putting a second another Metalworks in there. Oh, good grief. Yeah, so if that happens, if you're sure you put it in and it didn't get saved, leave, come back. It's a known bug on the client side, and the simplest solution is leave and come back, force it to reload the construct, and you'll find your LUA comes back. Okay. All right. That's that. Is there anything else I need to worry about? Okay. So, all right. Now I need programming boards. Okay. So I need a screen. Data bank. Right, look, data bank. Yep, switches. Apparently a programming board. Oh, that's right. It considers a programming board a control unit. Oh, I'm almost out. This may be a short build for want of. Yep, okay. It should be there. So that's cool. Had a big day yesterday. Trying to keep up with a 6-hour live stream. It's also much cooler in the house today, so yeah. Let's do that. Incidentally, the most likely time... Oh, I wonder here. The most likely time you are to see CPU errors is just after you introduce new items that it doesn't have the schema sort out for, because that's when it actually has to do the most work, because it's literally having to pull every machine in the stack to say, do you recognize this scheme, this thing, and can you make it? And so that is very CPU intensive to do that. Once it knows how to make something, like what's responsible for making what, then you'll find the CPU usage drops off dramatically. Apparently I'm going to wind up with 4 glass furnaces. Good job. Good job. Okay. Well, while I'm waiting for that to catch up so I can get back to building this, well, actually, I can do some of it. We can get some of the plugins done. Right, because, again, the idea is that the way I build it is that this feeds all of that. Right. So, we can do that right now. And as the rest of the stuff becomes available... Oh, right, got to use the hub. As the rest of the stuff becomes available, I can just plug it in and get it hooked up. Right, that's not a problem. All right, so that's that one done. There we go. Okay. So those are done, and now the outputs are back the other way around, right? So this outputs here. I'm actually just going to grab that and sit it in the middle here where it's easy to get to. Got that one already. All right. I also have extra machines placed, and I know if one's going to get hammering because of what I have requested, I'll swap it out for one that isn't going to use. Yep, makes sense. Well, and that's part of the reason I'm doing the build the way I am, is so that with multiple small TFs, is because it's easy to manage them that way, right? Here we go again. Here we go. Here we are. Okay, so that's, there we go. That's some work done already. Like I say, this is just the worst part of it, is just getting through this stage where it's trying to figure out, you know, what, where. But... okay. You need one screen per TF. That's how I do it. You technically don't even need a screen, but... Okay. Okay. So yes, technically, but not on Settlers. I'll show you what I mean. Technically, like if you go by the blueprint, you need 2 screens. Because that's a screen. Right? You got your main display, and then your schematics marker here for the, right. So it is technically 2 screens, but that's just because that's the easiest way to get text up there. You could do that with a sign instead of a screen, ultimately. But the idea is to try and keep, the idea is to try and keep the parts list as simple as possible. Oh, yeah, no, I'm going to do, every TF is going to will have, okay, so I'll show you, oh, yep. So what I'm going to do is that there's going to be a setup like this for every TF down here. So the idea is that, you know, it'll be basically a 360 walk around with a control setup, including a screen. Because, so what I've done... one sec. This is the other reason I have a server room. Because if the manager is what dies, it doesn't pass out the signal to switch everything off. So it's just nice having all the buttons right there. So what I've done is I also keep the button for the screen board up here. So even if I'm not running the factory itself, just quick answer on Discord DM, yeah, sure, one sec. Oh, okay, yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that is kind of rough. I think the date is correct, but you'll have, but just, if you look, search for the movie, that'll get you where you want to go. Except that if it crashes, it doesn't do that. That's the problem. Which is really annoying. It doesn't send the off command if it crashes. It just stops running. So anyway, so what I do is that I've got a switch button here to run just the screen board, and I do that because it gives me a real-time poll on what's running, even if that tiny factory is turned off. So if I do that the whole way around, what I can do is start a tiny factory, let it get all the machines operational, turn it off, turn the next one on, do that, and then just keep the screens turned on to monitor when when basically the next batch of work needs to be farmed out to that tiny factory. Does that make sense? So yeah, the idea, Tubes, is literally to have this built all the way around, and well, you know, it goes up a fair ways, so I'm fully expecting that this will be a multi-floor control setup and a multi-floor fabrication setup. We'll see. Elcor is big. Okay. So, while I'm waiting for a couple of things to stomp, I'll do some glass work. see here. Oh, wrong button again. Right. I got 3 pieces. God, this takes a while. Alright, let's get this row. A little bit more progress made on this row. Okay, that one goes there. That one goes there. And that one goes there. I do not know why it takes so long to make canopy glass. That is one of those numbers that just seems to be long. Yeah, I do not understand what the rationale is for the length of time it takes to print to stomp off canopy glass. All right. Well. Let's see here what we can do. Actually, a better idea. There. Right, okay, here we go. Sorry, I just had a moment there where where the ADHD kicked in, and I could not for the life of me remember what it was I was getting ready to do here. I'm just gonna grab block to block, I guess. Yeah, looks right. Yeah. Hey, Omega Lux, how you doing? Copy that. Let me know what you're interested in talking about. If you got any questions, that's almost exclusively why I live stream, by the way, is because I just love helping people. I love this game, so yeah. If you got questions, I probably don't have answers, but we'll give it a go anyway. Alright, so then, yeah, that's going to require some thinking, but... Okay, now that I'm looking at it, do I want to do that? Yeah, I kind of have to. Okay, so we're just going to extend this blob here then. Okay, cool. Copy. Wrong, and I've got the wrong tool selected. Yay, good job. How long you been playing? Add? Yeah, okay, cool. Happy to wait for you. We'll be here when you get back. Day three of the game on Settlers. Yeah, okay, cool. Well, welcome. I absolutely adore this game. Really can't. I will gush if you get me going. So we'll just pretend you haven't, and yeah. All right. I'm gonna leave this here for now, in case I decide to rearrange this surface. I think so. Let me go get a measuring stick. Oh, hello, large hole in the ground. It'd be kind of, I'd say what a surprise, except that I'm the one who put it there. Let's turn that off. Come on. Doopy doopy doo. Mm-hmm. I really do need to put a skirt on this, but I also kind of love the rave underbelly. I also need to find a good staircase. Now. Alright, so even if I extend that platform right out to the edge, and I would have to do that for this, I still kind of wind up... Alright, so no, it will not fit at that angle. Okay, that was the question. So what if I land it the other way? Because that gives it lots of room from the looks of that. Yeah, okay. So if that's the case, then I would want to go at least 2 squares out past the nose, which is about there. And then I could bring the factory wall back out, say, in a line that way. That's funny, Kestrel. Thank you. I needed that. But yeah, the idea is that... So yeah, if that's the case, right? Then yeah, I could bring the wall out from here, run a little bit closer to the, to where the silos are going to be. So yeah, okay, that's cool. Alright, that gives me an idea about what it is I'm building. Because that's always one of the biggest Brinken challenges, is just simply trying to know, what am I doing? That may sound like a really funny thing to, right? But, you know. So what I need to do here is grab this. No, not you. That to here. because I realized I screwed something up. And we'll go to here. Copy. Yep. I forgot to hold the shift key when I pasted. Oh, that's interesting. How did I manage that? Okay, well, whatever. There. Alright, that fixes that up. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna rip this out and redo it. That? No, that's not correct. Yeah, that's it. Okay, and then shift click. Okay. All right. So yeah. So yeah, I'll leave that there for now because I don't know what I'm doing. No point removing it until I'm sure, but I think the idea is that, yeah, we'll continue the landing pad out 2 squares past the nose, maybe 3, and then that will let me bring the factory out, something like that. And then maybe what I'll do is I'll mirror that and put another landing type area on the 2 back corners as well. I think. Just let this run for a minute. And okay, cool. So we got so we've got three transfer units up there right now running that one. So this one runs pretty quickly now if materials are available. The problem is I'm running out of chromite. So there's probably 3,000 or 4,000 I could go pick up off of Sanctuary right now, but if I don't have to, I'd rather not. What I want to do is build my factory. It's exactly too high. Alright, how we doing? We got programming boards yet? No, we do not. Why not? What's going on? I'm just waiting for the programming board to come up in the list here so I can see what it's complaining about not having. I would have expected to have a half dozen of the damn things sitting in inventory already. It's not trying to make them. Why? Bugger. What did I do? Oh, right, there's a barrier there. Duh. Did I not... Yeah, programming board right there. Copy. Yep, okay. Yeah, it could be the server's just kind of creaking right now because of the number of people on. Yeah, okay, that's correct. It should be making them. And yeah, it's assembly line XS. It ought to be making them somewhere. Yeah, I suspect the server's creaking right now. How many players are there on right now? Hmm, 89, 90. That's not horrible. Wow. Yeah, Kestrel, I understand that. It's the reason my first L core is a ground factory, not a factory ship. Never aim at a planet. Never aim at a planet. Always aim at the edge of the atmosphere. Yep. Wow. Yeah, I did a Slash Players Online in Discord, and it said 89, but Drakistan immediately posted their view of it from the client, where it says 107. So, yeah. There we go. 2 glass furnaces done. Okay, we'll get on with it. We'll get on with the next bit. Okay. Because it's hard to do Lumi without a glass furnace. Okay. Oh, I remember the gridlock, yeah. And the third one, when it comes off, will be for final production. Alright, okay, so now, the problem is I sort of don't have any space. Okay, I think what we're gonna do is cheat a little. Let's get equip. We'll park you over here for now. We'll put one of these over here as well. We'll need one of those. I'm in a catch-22. I need the honeycomb producers operational so I can make the floor to put the honeycomb producers on. Always good to have a work light. Okay, so I'm gonna need another chem industry. So let's get that churned up. Diligence, cool, yeah. I may get the BP from you just for sake of having it. Uncommon chem, there we go. We got some stuff over there running. Cool, that'd be grand. Alright, so now, let's see how we're doing. That's right. I don't understand why it's not making programming boards. Let's... stack. That's just weird. Unfortunately, I can't get a whole lot done until I get a few more programming boards. But, well, on this. Lots I can do around here. Okay, let's keep on with the next thing that needs attention, which is this. Yeah, people. Okay, I forgot you can do them in the backpack. Thank you for the reminder. Is that? Yeah, that is. Okay, cool. Go there. Okay. Oops. Programming cube? Blink, blink, blink. Ah! Do you see what I see? It's a programming board. Yeah, I know that. But I didn't know they existed. That's cool. Huh. Oh dear. Well, well, well. I mean, it's the same component cost. It's not like it's expensive. Hmm. Where am I at? Here we are. Let's just make... I can do 5. I can do 3 apparently. Yes. Yeah, you will all, anytime, in fact, what I suggest is anytime you add a machine anywhere in the infrastructure, turn the whole thing off, turn the whole thing back on. Because there are so many things which are independent on the boot process, cataloging all the equipment. I'll have to get the, the ID for programming cubes, because that's just too handy. Oh, okay, yeah. Ah, fantastic. I will go take a look. Okay. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, I'm having the same behavior. Where some stuff is not queuing for whatever reason, in spite of there being available equipment. Huh. Okay. Okay, let me go check something here. What are you waiting on? Uncommon hydraulics. Thank you. Did it again. Okay, first off, let's do this. Finished goods. Yep, thank you. And we'll go here. And uncommon hydraulics is what I need to move. I really need to hunt that bug down. But to do that, I would have to stop playing the game long enough to go do that. Here we go. So in a moment, you should start stomping. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Back on. Oh, cool. I'll ask Jimbo about it. All right. So I guess we're just gonna wind up having to go to Sank. That'll give a chance for the chemical furnace to finish stomping out anyway. I'll let this spin up, get a few things going, and then I'll grab the drop ship and we'll head over to Sanctuary. Oh, that reminds me. Resources. just looking at it. That's Saga HUD. Oh, interesting. Third verse Saga. Okay, what's the difference? Okay, how do you install it? At the end of the documentation, why would you do that? Oh, really? Okay. That seems pretty straightforward. Let's give that a try. I've been curious about Saga for a while. Okay, and you've just decided to choke. Fine. You go choke in a corner, please. So I need to go over here. I need to install a telemeter on this thing. Oops. That looks like a pretty good place to put a telemeter. Right on the bottom of that radome. Equip. I know I have them. Equip. Okay, it's going to be a brat. Well, what we can do is this. Right. That seems somewhat reasonable. Oh, interesting. Are those damaged or blocked? Those are blocked. Okay. What is it? Okay, it's just an adjuster. Fixes that problem. Okay. Now, what's it say? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I was just double checking. And it needs a data bank. Okay. Did I put the data bank on this thing? It seems to me I had. Where would I have hidden it for obvious reasons? That's the ammo boxes. No, okay, I didn't. Alright, well, that's fine. That's easy enough to fix. So then... Okay. There we go. And then everything else is already installed, I think. Core, databank, telemetry. Yeah, okay, that's already done. Yeah, okay. And then... And then we grab out releases folder. Out. Releases. SAG JSON. We will open beyond filey file. Copy. And advanced. Paste LUA. Boop. Alright, let's see what happens. Okay. Alright. G is parking. Okay, that's parking mode, drops the gear. Cool. Alright. Alright. Oh, that's pretty, isn't it? Nice and smooth, too. What's my fuel stat? Okay, yeah, that's kind of cool. Constructs, Haven 1, set its destination. Now, this thing does not have a burn limiter on it. Of course, we're in the atmosphere right now anyway, so it doesn't matter. Of course, we're dropping into the atmosphere pretty damn quickly. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ah, it does have a safety throttle. Okay, very good. Whoa, 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 whoa. Did a little bit of damage to the nose. Not surprised. Wow, what a difference over the other HUD I was using. Let's get some speed going here and get back to base. Need to top that off. Oh, good point. Tubes. Yeah, Kestrel, same. Yep. Missed that. Sorry, I just got caught up in playing with the toys here. No, I actually like having the speed limiter, so that's the reason I was questioning. Yeah, I like the UI. That's very pretty. Now, what does Alt 5 do? Primary, hybrid, locked, all. Interesting. Okay. I'll have to do a little bit of reading, figure out what the, how that. Okay. Altitude hold. Yeah, sure. That's reasonable. Rotation dampening. Wow, what a difference. Okay. Okay, fire out. Try and stay above 350 and 1,000 meters until I'm ready to actually descend. Okay, that's where my rate. Okay, that's a really awkward place to put the vertical speed. That's interesting. Ah, that's the takeoff point, is what that marker is. Okay, so it marks. So that's okay. So that's my departure point, is what it notated there. Okay, I get it. Oh, I didn't know that. That's very clever. Now, that's roll. No real strafe, huh? Okay. Okay, and G, what's it do? Yeah, very nice. Huh. Oh yeah, burn protection, there we go, up in the top left corner. Okay. Interesting. Cool stuff. Alright, I like that. Hey, Space Nerd, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome back, Jimbo. Alright, let's fix what I just crinkled in my testing, because it's just not testing if you don't crinkle it. Oh, that one's toasted, huh? It had been toasted previously. Or, no, that was just re-entry now. Alright, that's cool. That's that fixed. Let's get this thing tanked up. And, yeah. Much. It just works. No, just the one data bank. And you say that a second data bank is useful? You gonna come up and visit? Hop up. Okay, yep. Poor old boy. Okay. You can use... Okay, one for HUD and one for roots. Okay, that's good to know. I will possibly install another one later. Yep, got it. Okay. Okay, let's get some fuel on board this thing. I really do need to top off the, I need to get rid of my supply of X5. Here we go. Okay. Okay, I actually had a lot more fuel than I thought. But that's alright. That's not a bad problem to have. Alright, let's get ourselves over to Sanctuary. Grab the stuff I need. I'm pretty sure, yeah, I think... And it's almost exclusive gRPC. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, cool, Tubes, thank you. And yeah, Jimbo, set as destination. I'm thinking that there is something interfering with gRPC return packets. Because we know the server gets the query, but what seems to happen is that the client never sees, for whatever reason, the reply. Flight mode is... Oh, maneuvering. Oh. Okay, yeah. Ah, fantastic. That's what I was looking for. Oh, I like that. Alt 9 is now my favorite, is now my new favorite command. Alright, let's get out of here. We want to go this way. Oh yeah. And don't be afraid to message me directly via Discord, by the way, Jimbo. I certainly don't mind being part of the solution. I try to actively avoid being part of the problem, but I certainly don't mind being part of the solution. You just got dropped. Interesting. Okay. Yep. Interesting Omega Flux. Alright, we are out of atmosphere. The only thing I would really like to see would be, and I'm not seeing it, is the angle of attack indicator. As a pilot, I kind of really like having that. Okay, so it looks like True Nose is that. That's my flight vector. Okay. Yeah, this is nice. And I cannot get over how smooth it is. Brilliant. Oh gosh, this makes maneuvering so much easier. Oh, I like that. All right, let's get out of here. Alright, so now we'll just run that up. Let's see, we'll call it. Yeah, okay, we'll do 4SU. We'll do a 4SU burn. Yeah, I like aviators. It's a bit overkill for this, but yeah, it's nice. It is very nice. Particularly as a sim pilot who did a lot of Airbus. Yeah, very comfortable. I may have a new favorite HUD. I still want to get, I would still love to get, what's it called going for, The in-glass HUD operational that Darth Shell was working on. That was just too nice, and for some things is just such a great roleplay element, right? I find the AR jarring sometimes. Yeah, aviators ran on. You could have up to 4 different programming boards, each one doing a specific job. I thought it was a really interesting way of managing the problem. Um, all of them communicating via the database. Which, by the way, is actually pretty much how jets work. Braking distance 2. Braking distance 3. Oh, my fuel tanks are all registering empty. I probably need to look into that. Fire out. Okay. There's a bit of data redundancy. I'll have to figure out how to trim some of it, if there's a way to turn stuff on and off. New talent unlocked. Oh, what are you? Oh, that's interesting. Ah, that's a radar contact. Okay, got it. What have you done, game? Why are you aimed down there? Come on, up, up, up. I am in deep trouble. Come on. I'm gonna pancake this rock. My vector's not moving. What is going on? Alright, we're gonna try for an overshoot, or at least a glance. Nope, I'm gonna slam. What happened? I was pointed nowhere near this rock. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Full brakes. Yep. So what happened? See, I intentionally don't do that. I aim my vector for the edge of the planet all the time. So somehow, my vector drifted to the center of the planet, which I do not do. And I didn't have power applied. So I should have been coasting So the only thing I can conclude is that the HUD decided that I wanted to go there. That's a problem. Because I literally don't fly that way for that exact reason. Fuck. Alright, well. That's frustrating. Alright, well. No, I do not. I don't use them. Alright, well, equip. Right, so... I wonder, yeah... No equipped tool can use... Alright. Deploy construct. There we go. Hello. Thank you. Well, I'll have to pay some attention and see if it does it again. Before I go anywhere, so I need a bunch of scrap. All right, so I need. Oh, that just pisses me off. Ah, interesting. All right, well, oh no, not another learning experience. Yeah, I suspect that the biggest problem I'm going to have is that it's probably still stuck in the upper atmosphere, because what happened is that the cockpit melted, right? Because the cockpit nose is very front. So at the speed I was going into, I think it slammed into the atmosphere at around 9,000. So it wouldn't have taken long to do the friction damage required to melt the canopy. So at that point, I'm not there, and the physics engine shuts off. So like I say, I don't think it would have slammed ground. I suspect it just would have melted upper atmosphere and just hung there. We'll go see. Oh, I can just fetch it. But yeah. But yeah, if I need, I'll let you know, Kestrel. I do appreciate it. Awesome, Tubes. Like I say, if a rescue is required, I will let you all know. Well, you'll see as I get there, and I will warn you in advance. For those of you who do not know me, I'm a French Canadian and an ex-sailor. This may or may not have anything to do with with the next few minutes of content. Oh yeah, got a bunch of chromium and silicon. It's not that big a deal. like I say, because of the angle of attack, I realized what was happening, and I nosed in as quickly as I could. Pancaking would have been worse. I would have fried the entire underbody. The DSAT will be a problem, but just because of the raw number of hit points, the engines should be okay because they're all in the back. So like I say, it depends what happened after the point the canopy the canopy melted. If I dug a new chromium mine, then it's a different discussion. Well, there's that too, Kestrel. Yes, but like I say, the question is whether or not if I dug a new chromium mine. One thing I've always wondered about this game: why isn't there night vision goggles? Like, why not no night vision goggles? That has never made any sense to me whatsoever. Actually, I keep my gamma tuned. My gamma is just about tuned for most. Well, it is actually playing. Oh, I know. Yeah, like I know that one, right? But I'm just puzzled about why it's just not a thing in the game. Yeah. The other one that I particularly like, Elite Dangerous has got a really nice implementation of it. So you know, particularly when you're asteroid hunting or whatever, if you're in the middle of an ice ring or something like that, you at least get, you know, outlines and stuff like that. So you get an idea what's around you, even if you don't get a lot of detail. I think that's the first time I've done a hard. I've had screwed up a re-entry since coming back to DU. I had a couple of low altitude mishaps, just relearning the flight controls and stuff, and misjudging how fast he is coming into a pad or stuff like that. But I think that's the first time I've screwed up a re-entry. No, I did not load the custom atlas. I don't. I rarely use the atlas for anything, actually. All right, take care of yourself. Thanks for dropping in. Appreciate you. Okay. I will keep that in mind. In fact, okay, let's... Oh, 807. I'm just trying to find the most recent version in the text discussion here. Give me a sec. Just gonna download it now so I don't forget. There we go. Okay, there it is. And download. Cool. There, done. I'll drop that into place later. Wow. All right. Oop. All right. G. That's actually a really good idea, Tubes. Regardless, I think that's a really good idea. Right. Next. Oh, stop that, you thing. All right, now, November. Okay, so it's bookmarked. $100K. Wow, wasn't even close. I'll be there in 6 minutes, don't worry about it. $180,000, not worth worrying about yet. There we go. bad-looking little bird. Cool. You had that one at launch tubes? Cool, yeah. Okay, so the only question I have is altitude. 3.55K. Okay. So... Yeah, alright. So that was fairly high up. Yeah, okay, Kestrel, I get that. Yep, exactly, Tubes. Too kind, Tubes. Absolutely too kind. Deeply appreciate you. Almost there. What do you need hydrogen for? Or are you making, or are you making product in situ? Because I find that by the time I'm done processing, I have more friggin' hydrogen and oxygen than I can get rid of. It's part of the reason I make my own neutron. Hey, Necro. Ah, okay, I see what you mean. Yep. Hey, Hostile. Yeah, I know. It's probably going to be switching over to doing to using both of those. I've been doing X5 just because I had so much waste product from a couple other things I was doing, but yeah. Particularly when I get around to building the factory ship, I will probably be running on a combination of the of H1 and the O2. So now, so I was 3K up when the canopy melted. So the question becomes, where the hell's the actual... So that's not relevant in point of fact. You can just go away. The real question is, where's the construct? Filter by distance, please. 7K. Wow, she's still hanging in midair. Alright, let's nose in. That looks like a good spot. Oopsie daisy. Now we just need to wait for all the elements to appear. Unless, you know, that's all that's left. Cancel. Give it a minute here. Oof. Yeah. 100%. Yeah, okay. So that's what 9,000. So that's what 9,000 hitting atmosphere looks like. That's a 100% kill. I think it's an S core. It's an S core. Core's buried in the middle of the damn thing, which is just going to make it hard to find out. T3 scrap will do. That'll go plenty quick. The engines are going to be the biggest problem, right? Doesn't list the core size. Okay. And again, why would you not sort this list? Dynamic core S. Yeah, it's an S core. Okay, there we go. That's no problem. It's not even DRM protected, so it's not like I'm that concerned. When you get here, I'll just give you... it'll be easy to assign rights. Alright, well... Oh, that's a debt. Okay, not sure how that happened. That is destroyed? How? Okay, that's odd. Alright, well, I'll replace them later. I'm not going to argue about it now. I've got a repair unit back at my base. It's not a big deal. It's more just the how the hell did they get destroyed question. I don't remember doing that, like killing a bunch of elements on this thing. Oh, look, gravity works. Well, that's a pain in the ass. That's going to make flying a little more complicated than I'm necessarily interested in, but fine. Yeah, I've got a repair unit back at my own base, so that's not a big deal. So basically all I need is the thing back to flight condition, you know, 50% or higher, so I'm not blinding my on everything, so I'm not blinded by the smoke trails, and then I can fly, and then I'll get what I need to do done. And oh yeah, hang on. There you go. Yeah, that actually is what I use a lot of my silicone for. Is making scrap to run the repair unit. Which reminds me, by the way, if you're watching this, if you're on Haven and you need a batch repair, just anytime you see me on, just drop by. Takes about it's 20 minutes or so, half an hour, depending on the size of the core to get to do a full repair. So, and the silicone scrap is literally a byproduct of other things I'm trying to do anyway. I must have done some damage to this thing at some point that I just don't remember for whatever reason, because, yeah, most of these things are down more than one life. Okay. So that would be, I guess, the second time. Well, no, I know. Okay, yeah, I know I had a couple of hard landings when I first started. Okay, maybe you just dented this thing up a lot more while it just with atmospheric flight than I remember, but kind of surprised about that. Hey, good to see you. Alright, and that is Kestrel. He'll be paratrooper himself. Alright, construct. Share construct with nearby player. Construct. Interesting. Oh, okay, I see what it's doing. And then it goes backwards. Yeah, that's fine. Don't care. That one's just straight out written off. Oh, really? Yeah, a lot of this is going to require parts. A significant replacement job, in fact. Interesting. Oh well. Like I say, if I can just get it to the point where it's mostly operational, and so I can get it home, that'll be fine. And you just got booted. Yeah, okay. Yep, almost guaranteed. You just weren't getting updates. Oh, that's interesting. Awesome. Yeah, I think I'm most things threes and fours as the floor, and then I've got a handful of fives, mostly in crafting industry, that kind of stuff. Well, Le Beast arriveth. Gorgeous looking bird. All construct, share construct with nearby player, tubes, boop. Yep. There you go. Have fun, kids. I'll flip it around so that we can get at the front end here in a minute. Hey, Haslan, how you doing? Yeah, another example of PvP, player versus planet. Had an unfortunate moment where my understanding of how the new HUD worked and how the new HUD worked turned out to be relatively different. Yeah, you can't crash if you can't take off. There is truth in that. Appreciate all the help, folks. Thanks so much. Incredibly kind of y'all. Ah, yes. Some of that good old emergent gameplay stuff. Alright. I need just a minute here, folks. I will be right back. I need to go refill my my coffee mug. I will be right back. Wow, you folks are amazing. Thank you so much, guys. Guys, gals, everybody else involved. Wow. I figured this is going to be a massive headache when I augured that in. Thank you so much. Great stuff. Thank you. Very kind. That's amazing. All right. Well, obviously enough, I owe y'all one, so if you ever need the favor returned, please do let me know. I will be there as quick as I can. Oh, yeah, sure. Thanks again, everybody. A customer would like to trade? Absolutely. Yes, we will hit that yes button. Oh, the gridlock. Yes. Diligence. Very nice. The D2 and the gridlock. Nice, 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 nice. I will have to take a look at those. Close. All right. Thank you very much. Is it salute? No, it doesn't know what that one is. Wave, however. Okay, so it's just... Okay, that's wave, not salute. That's got it. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. All right. All right. I guess the next thing to do is to actually go and do the thing I was flying here to do. Oh, awesome. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Let's try that. Nice. Very cool. I like that. I'll have to keep that in mind. Alrighty, thanks very much. I'm gonna get going and go pick up that chromite I need so I can get back to building the factory. Oh, okay, that's funny. Transport one passenger. Apparently there is someone clamped onto my ship. You are about to go for a ride. Alpha rig. Set destination. Me? 10. Hang on. Oh, sorry, it's 16. It's 16. Yeah. Yeah, I put all my my chromite orders on 16. Alright, let's... Okay, so we know where we're going? Yes, we do. That way. Cool. Break. No fuel. Why? Because fuel tanks were destroyed. Okay. Yep, there we go. I found the reason I don't have any fuel. Okay, won't take long. Yeah, exactly. Well, and this is just a weird bird config. That just the way that it's got, because it is really built out like a military dropship, right? It's just got this really wild, everything exposed interior. Awesome, thank you, Butch. Appreciate it. Like, why don't I have fuel? Oh, right, because you can't see the fuel tanks from the outside. Awesome, thank you much, everybody. And there we go. All right. I'll have to get a parts list for this thing and do a full rip and replace on it, but that's okay. I'll worry about that later. Now, what's the actual fuel stat on this thing? Okay, so I did not lose fuel in the ground hit. That's cool. We're good. Cool. Alrighty, fantastic. Alright, let's try that again. Hopefully with more takeoff. Now that we have fuel, hopefully with more takeoff. Yeah, thank you. There we go. Okay, rotation dampening, let's turn that off. Okay. Wow, military dropship acts like a military vehicle. What a surprise. Yeah, you know, I'm actually going to have to get my joystick back plugged back in. Okay, that's wild. Alt-Shift-9, cool. Thank you. Apparently not. Thank you. For me, Alt-Shift-9 was turn the whole ship off. Okay, so that is vector apex. Okay, that's different than what I thought it was. Gotcha. Okay. The Davenport, yes. Very cool. Yeah, it doesn't list it. So Okay. Alright, now I understand what the hell that does. That doesn't do what I thought it did. Nice, Kestrel. Very nice. And thank you very much, dudes. Really appreciate all the help. Thank you again. Yeah. Alt 9 is flight mode. Okay, that's maneuver, standard. Alright, that doesn't do what I thought, but that's good to know nonetheless. Follow mode. AP. Altitude hold, radio hold, engine. Oh no, Kestrel. Oh no. When I was doing the initial flight testing on the Merchant Prince, which was the one I was using as my daily driver for a long time until I built the Bullfrog. I used to joke that I was doing silver mine. I was creating silver mine shafts across most of northern Alioth. I don't know how many times I lawn darted that thing. By a quirk of design, I managed to come up with a ship that'd do Mach 1.1 out of the can. And as a new pilot, that's great. Except for the part where the flight physics didn't match any vehicle I'd ever flown before. And so it turned into a supersonic lawn dart more than once on re-entry. Oh my gosh. There were times I was vaguely surprised to not find the tail fins ahead of the cockpit when I found the wreck. I like that. That's cool. So yeah, I gotta find out what orbital hold does, because if I can basically do an orbital insertion and then deorbit to do my approach, that would be great. The website, unfortunately, isn't great in that respect. Right? Which would be where I'd expect to find the flight manual. Okay. Be nice if we could do some of that rendering stuff soon. There it is. Okay. Now, where's the button? Flight mode is Alt-9. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Fine, be that way. That's weird. So now, if I'm here and I go Alt-9, oh, that's interesting. So, strafing not working now. Why not? Already am, Spaceman Spiff. One of the first things I set up this morning. Yeah, I'll have to mess with it. Definitely will need to read some instructions here. Yep, that's very likely to be the problem, actually, now that you pointed out, Tubes. $3,000 liters of chromite isn't going to get me very far, but it's better than what I didn't have. Okay. Yeah, the only thing really missing is an angle of attack indicator. I mean, yes, I have my side window, but that's not the point. Alt-Shift-1. Yeah, it doesn't work. Or it doesn't do what I'm looking for. How about I put it that way? Alright, let's back to FAC. Okay, way down. All right. Okay. Radar contact. I like that. Aslan, no, they do. They do not get lost. You get to keep them. They're counted as a data object. Now, let's pay a little more attention this time in case this in case this bites me again. We're going to come in relatively high so I can pay attention to what it does. Oh, really, Spiff? I didn't know that was the case. Oh, shit. Keep doing that. Why would you not use retrograde, prograde, and I can't remember the third one, but there's actual existing, like, symbology for this. Why would you not use those? Oh well. Right, yeah. Well, no, actually, I don't know if I did or not, because I went and I shoveled a bunch of scrap into my backpack when I went before I left. So I have no idea if I still had some or not. Okay, cool. Still good to know. What is okay? That ain't right. What is this thing doing? No, that all looks right. It's not running odd thrusters or whatever, bending the... because... that ain't right. Or is this not doing what I think it does? And you are correct, Aslan. If you get disconnected, it's the disco's fault, not yours. Because we all know that it causes a panic at with the disco. What are you doing? Oh. Can you say well inside a 2SU of a planet? I do like the way that it organizes the contact list, though. Dynamics in space. That's really nice. Cool. Yeah, Leniver's cool people. Interesting. Cool. All right. Shave some speed off here. I wasn't paying attention or way close to the atmosphere. I may just voluntarily overshoot. Yeah, I will. I'm just gonna take. Okay, now. Oh, really? There we go. Whoa! That's fun. All right. Atmosphere and 100K. All right. All right, most of the way. Yeah, I do like it as a HUD. It is taking some getting used to, though, for sure. Ah, Tubes is online. Well, welcome back, Tubes. Distance to altitude, 54K. 15K braking distance. All right. Let's get the nose onto the vector. Brakes on here. Try and get subsonic. And again, this is where I would love to have an angle of attack indicator. Hate doing this by braille. We're in the atmosphere. Okay, now we need to fly. No, we're not atmosphere yet. 3K to atmosphere. And pretty much falling like a lawn dart. And bring that nose up. Come on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, really do not like not having an angle of attack indicator. I wonder what that is up there. Oh, that's someone coming in for a landing over at the starport. That's cool. Looks like an ag ship. Ah, okay. Hey, Kestrel. Well, no, that'd be tubes. Yeah, okay. I've got some adjusters missing is what's going on. Okay, that's fine. Does not switch between maneuver and standard modes very gracefully, I must say. There we go. That's close enough. Oh wow, yeah, okay, never mind. I'm just gonna move it over here. We'll sit it down close, and yeah, I won't worry about this for now until I can get the rest of it fixed. And cartwheel right off the back. Oh well, that's fine. Okay. Oh, very good. Thank you. Well, we're still stomping away up there. Well, we got we have 3 basic mining units. I don't want mining units though, or basics. Where's the advanced? Or has it not got that far yet? I don't think it's got that far yet. Okay, that's fine. And I've got. We'll drag that over there. We'll drag that over there. Okay. Hang on a second here. I for industry thingy. Thank you very much, tubes. Finished goods, outpost storage. Okay. Apparently, I never favorited the raw ore bucket. Well, we should fix that. Set is linked. And then... No, that should keep me running for a while. Thank you. Appreciate it. Add container, and this is foundry. Here we go. Well, actually, you know something? If you've got it, and I'm happy to trade for it, and that way I can just toss it right in the bin. If you're over at the state, I've got to come over and pick up the and grab out of inventory over the starport anyway, so I can just meet you there. Casually bopping along at 75 km. I was thinking I didn't want to inconvenience you, but but I just realized your ship was still over here, so I might as well just get it from you, and that way I don't have to worry about it for a while yet. Link container is now active. Cool. I deeply appreciate someone who takes their exterior ship lighting seriously. Yes. How much do you want? I can't remember what the ask price is right now. You sure? Very kind of you. Alright, if there's anything you need, you let me know. Take care of yourself. There. That'll keep me running for a while. Okay. Gotcha. Alright, yeah. Alright. All right. Okie doke. Now. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Still hasn't made any programming boards. That's weird. Okay, let's get this caught up. Make sure that that the industry pile has got all the ore it needs. Oh. Not seeing much green over there. Let's turn everything back on. Take a minute for it to wake up and get started again here. Now, what is that thing called again? Programming cube. Okay. Discord. There we go. Yep, same. All right. A programming cube is a reskin of a programming board. It does exactly what a programming board does. It's just that, for example, if you're building a server room because you're going to have a heap of machinery under control, the size difference is this. Right? Versus that. And so, yeah, I'd much rather be using those than these. These are great for circumstances where I want the user to feel that they have a reason to do input. For example, here, right? That makes sense. But otherwise, it's just a pain in the ass. It just takes up a lot of room and doesn't really help anything. Yep, I agree with you, Spaceman Spiff. Yeah, exactly, Tubes. That's exactly what I was thinking. That's the ID, as just published by Jimbo. So we're gonna make some changes. Changes. Love that song. Now that I think about it. Boop. So we'll say I will make one there. I'll keep 2 because it's handy, and keep 6 otherwise, and that is programming cube. There we go. Mm-hmm. And then okay. I'm going to leave that alone because that is sort of a universal, but we will absolutely put that in over here. Do I have... No, I did not. I should probably sort this out by something closer to coherence, but this will do for now. Yeah, okay, I hit the wrong button there, but that's fine. Unit start. Yeah, I did. Okay, that's those 2 I wanted. There. Just too handy to have. Okay. Okie doke. And it's happily stomping out programming cubes. Flatly refusing to do programming boards. Away we go with the programming cubes. What? Tiny factory. All right. Did it really stomp 6 out that fast? Yeah. Oh, okay. It put... Okay, there's 2 there. It made... What's it doing? I don't know. Well, I'll, you know, 2's better than none. 2 will let me get, will let me move ahead on the project. Right then, so let's go do that. Let's actually get ahead on that project. So let's come in here, we're gonna rip these off the wall. And we'll move them in here later. Okay, so we have... Okay, so you can sit there, you can sit there. You're actually a databank. So I need 1 here for the screen. I need 1 over there for chef. Then I need 1 for manager. Hang on a second. I like my one button push for the warp cell factor. Is the way to figure out what's in the slot and do the maintain? I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean by do the maintain. Yeah, I'm not following your question there, Tubes. Not following your question, sorry. Oh, let me think about that statement. Okay. So, my take on it is that... Yeah. If it's something you're going to be going back to all the time, you don't want it empty, right? So, by definition, you're going to want to be able to, you just want the bin full. You don't want to be, oh, I want to go somewhere, I need 10 more warp cells, get there, and the dispenser's empty because you haven't had time to run the thing. So I would set something like fuel, and warp cells. I would say just, yeah, I would probably set those up on maintenance. Unless you use them so infrequently that the odds of them not just replenishing while you're running other things in industry. Yeah. Like, I'm not using the software you are, obviously, enough for the front end. So what I'll do for here is I'll just tell it to keep, 20 warp cells, 20 warp cells, 5,000 liters of it, 5,000 liters of one of the Kurgon variants, and 5,000 liters of nitron in inventory at all times. But I'm not going to set up a specific line to do that. This will be turned on enough just doing other things that'll just get balanced out. That's the way I'm going to handle it for me. But you probably do a lot more flying than I do. So I don't know if that would be enough. Here's customer. Okay. Oh, interesting. I hadn't thought of that. That's really nice, actually. Yes, so it's just plug this into slot 1, plug this into slot 2, plug that into slot 3, out come warp cells. I really like that. I really like that, actually. Yeah, I would stick with that. If that's what you mean. I really would. Alright, so let's rename some stuff. Your name is customer. Right, and then your name is manager. We'll call you line cook number 1. We'll come over here. We'll call you line cook number 2. Okay, you're a data bank. Yep, in fact you are. You are a screen. Okay. Chef. I'm missing chef. Ah, look at that. You're probably supposed to be chef. That makes sense. I suddenly had that wait a minute moment. Okay. Okay. And you said something chat. Um, Okay, let me show you how. One sec here. Let me show you real fast. I'm gonna do this anyway. All right, so that is chef. Perfect. So first off, advanced, copy the LUA. Next thing is Control L. Poof. Okay. So what it does is it goes through. Where is it? They brute force this here, kind of. Where is it? I'm trying to find something fast. Okay, they're making a presumption there. That's not the one I wanted. Okay, so this is the magic here. So what it does is it uses the unit object, breaks it into pairs, and tumbles through it to find out if you're talking to a databank or if you're talking to an industry object. And then from there, you can get the slot ID as well as the information about what kind of industry is sitting in it there. Right? So that's how, and that is the tidiest way to do it, is just basically ask the unit what the hell's plugged into you, and it'll give you the list of slots, and then you can basically interrogate your slots to find out what's available. That's the tidiest way to do it. If you don't want to have to force players to plug shit in, and you don't, and the other thing is, by definition, you always get the list of what's plugged in. It doesn't matter how many plugs there are. All you get the list of what's plugged in. So if they do 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, you'll get those slots, but not all the empty ones, right? So it actually it's a very tidy way of sorting the problem out. I don't know. Hopefully that helps. I recommend you just breeze that code. Advanced. Paste. Advanced. Paste. Advanced. Paste. Okay. Then I need customer. Okay, let's go get the screen one first. That's line. Okay, those are the line cooks down there? Yeah. That's screen. Copy. There we go. Now I need the screen. Don't see any green over there. No, okay. So copy. Fair enough. Makes sense. Here we go. Okay. Now for the part that terrifies me. Well, not really. Okay, customer advanced. Copy the LUA. Go. Now we're going to go in here and delete a whole bunch of stuff. So the first thing is it's 2 lines. Haven, and this is fuel, LUA, HC. 2 lines. Okay, we are not doing all of this here. Go away! We are not doing any of this here. Boop. Goodbye. It's all this stuff. We need to find a better fuel than X5. Whatever the L1 is, or I need to find the ID for that. Okay. Don't need glass. Go away. Don't want engines. Don't want engines, pods, blah blah. All of you can go away. Go away. Okay. I'll keep that list down there. All right, let's... So we're always going to want Kurgan. We're always going to want Nitron. Now, the question becomes, is the... I need that list, which was in here. Resources, where is it? Tiny factory. And all the way up to the top. Zoom! Okay, where's that spreadsheet at? Awesome. Radial rocket fuel tank? Interesting. Okay, there we go. Let's get that opened. That's what I was just pulling up the list here. Oh dear. dramatic pause there on the spreadsheet. Whoa, whoa! Taylor Budd, thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. Thank you, Raiders. Welcome. Taylor Budd, everybody. Thank you. Absolutely, Taylor. How you doing? Good to see you again. Let's see if this works. Let's hit that snooze. We don't need to do ads right now. Yeah, actually, same here, Taylor. Same here, Taylor. Good to see you again. All right, we are looking for... find Kurgan. There we go. Close. We got X1, X2, X3, okay. Okay, it's not in the sheet. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Yeah, I had thought that this the list here was that had the stuff in it from had the settler stuff in it as well, but apparently it does not. This is only the from what I'm seeing here. This is just the this is the standard stuff, right? There's either that you'd look up off of, for example, with the Wolf Lab site. So yeah, I need the numbers for H1 for the H1 and O2 fuels. K1? Yeah. Now what's... Yeah, like I've got these numbers here, right? That's cool. Send a message in general? Okay, cool. H1 or O1, yeah. Specifically, I think it's H. Or sorry, I think it's O is the one I wind up with a ton of. Playing on the Settler server here, so they got some custom stuff. Yeah, it's oxygen. So if I can find something to do with the oxygen over... Yeah. Yeah, they've got a couple of sync fuels just to basically make space travel easier. Which is nice, don't get me wrong. But if you don't know the codes, you can't set them up for production. All right, take care of yourself, Taylor. Good to see you again. Thank you very much for the stream again. Deeply appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. If you got any comments, if you got any questions about who I am, what it is I'm doing, the server I'm playing on, etc., please do shout out in chat. I'd love to hear from you. Welcome, everybody. just as a reminder for those of you who do not know me, I'm French Canadian and ex-Navy. So let's just say that every once in a while I'm eloquent in a non-family friendly way, just so everyone's warned. All right. Currently in the process of setting up the next chunk on my factory here. Oh, and the chem. Okay, those chems are done. We understand each other, Taylor. Yeah, I've just had people surprised that I meant. No. When I said, "Hey, you know, don't annoy the Canadian sailor," what I meant was, "Don't annoy the Canadian sailor." Don't be surprised. Oh well, it is a world. All right, let's go here. Chemical factory. Okay, so I do already have chemical factories scheduled for more production. I'm just going to tear all this out of here now. That as well. I will produce those here again. I'm going to keep that part list here because I haven't figured out what it is I want to keep, what it is I'm going to not use in the build. I know I'm not going to use that here. Yes, that's correct, Tubes. All right. All right, so that's that. Whoop, 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 stop. The green light is on, I forgot. Turn you off first. Just causes problems if I try and run them both. Alright, let's get some wiring done here. So, here we are. Okay, I have not done this part yet, that's what I thought. So, you go there. And you go there. Like so. Now, and then manager, your man, okay, so then we go from customer to the switch for manager. And then manager goes to the switch for screen. And then to chef. And then, right, and then over here. So that runs all of those. So you turn the customer on, it turns this one on, turns the rest of them on. Cool. Now, everything needs to be plugged into, I'm actually going to move this over here where it's a little easier to see. And then this needs to be plugged into, well, everything. Just control, back to 6. Whoa. Control click. And then again, we're going to go from customer to here. Manager to here. Screen. Chef, and we'll do one. Although it honestly doesn't matter because it randomizes the boot process every time. 2. Okay, so that gets all of those plugged in. Now, and then screen needs to be plugged into the screen, obviously. And then I need to plug its screen and manager need to be plugged into the core. Like that. There we go. And then all of these individual machines need to be plugged into their respective that includes you two. Transfer unit at the back. So you get plugged in there. Cool. All right. Am I? Yeah, I am running. Okay. And we do it again over here. It is a little disorienting that the cut, like it's a perfect reskin, like there's no color palette change or anything like that to really make it visually different. But, it's a small price. And then you go over here. And then we do it all again over here. So that's 2 HCs, 1 recycler, and 1 chem. What am I missing? I'm missing a glass. Oh, there we go. Equip. You can sit there. Do I have 2 glass? Yeah, both of these have got glass facts. Okay, both of those have got glass. Good. Okay. Kinda. Well, no, that's plenty for now. Once I get it running, I can decide if it's too slow, and I can bolt more onto it. Oh, that's uncommon. That's basic. Okay, that's fine. In fact, I'm gonna take this one out of here. For what it's going to do, it probably doesn't need to be any more complicated than that, and over-engineering is just wasting. So we're going to hook all... Whoops. You. Stop that. Don't do what I said. Don't do what I said. Do what I meant. You get plugged in here. You get plugged in here. You get plugged into here. And you get plugged into here. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, so for lack of a better way of putting it, the only thing you need plugged into anything is what it's going to talk to, right? If there's no reason to talk to it, don't plug it in. The reason this thing turns into a spider web is because every device has a minimum of 2 links. One for the, in some cases 3. One for the control board, one for the database, and the other one for the switch. And then for the chefs and, for the actual, the chefs, the line cooks, you then have all the equipment plugged into them. That's the only reason it winds up looking complicated. It actually isn't. It's one thing per thing. It's really actually not that bad. Now all of these have to plug into here. So what I'm going to do is grab you, put you over here. Grab you, put you over here. I don't think you should limit it. Like, the biggest thing about having extra of anything, like I think Warp Cells use the Glass Factory for final assembly, but I can't remember. But it's just parallelism. If you want to produce 100 cells, and they take 5 minutes each, it's going to take you 500 minutes. If you have 2 machines doing that, it's going to take you 250. If you have 5 machines doing that, it'll be less than an hour. That's all. That's all having more equipment buys you. If you don't care how long it's going to run, it doesn't matter how long it takes to run. Okay, so then these go here. Oh, do I have that one plugged in already? Yeah, I do. Okay. There we go. Is that all of them? Yep, that's all. Okay. So officially that should be a running setup. Which reminds me... There we go. Okay. Okay, okay, what have I got here? Okay. All right. Well, which one is it that uses a bunch of nitron? Okay. Kurgan. It would be so nice if it just put the number here on the screen. Completely right. That's sodium, calcium. I'm using X5 right now, but it's just so bloody expensive. Sodium is neutron, right? So it's X1. Okay. Okay, so nitron. Kurgan is that? Cool. Oops, bonk. Let's go turn this one off. Now. Okay, so what are you? You're matte gray carbon fiber. Yeah, okay, I'll just make a new one. Matte gray carbon fiber is that. And then you're what? Glossy carbon. Okay. And then that's purple Lumi, and you are, okay, you're blue, not cyan. Okay. Okay, what else do I need here? You are glossy aluminum. I didn't write it down here. Well, that's not very bright of me. Maybe here, though. Glossy aluminum right there. Cool. Okay, what else do I need? What are you? White pattern carbon fiber. There we go, that's that one. Okay, so that is my build set, if you will. Just check up top in case there's something I forgot. Oh, yeah, that. And a lot of that as well. Galvanized dark blue steel. And then your icy blue, your glossy aluminum, your white patterned, white pattern, matte gray, white pattern. Sweet. Okay, cool. Okay, so that is the minimum list I need right now. Okay. Everything else is an after that. I'm just going to shove this in up here, and I'll remove duplicates later. Well, there's the matte gray, and there's glossy carbon, right? Okay, we can go with that. So now flip the switch, and what do I get? Okay, there's nothing. Oh, I never installed Manager. Not very bright. That's Chef, Screen, Manager. Advanced, copy. And advanced paste. Let's try that again, shall we? It seems to be working better. Yeah, we have lights coming on in various places. We have a lit screen. We are importing sodium. Awesome. Okay, we're going to start stomping out some carbon fiber product. That's great news. We're transferring in some hydrogen. Excellent. Now, what I should do, before I forget again, okay, let's flip this to the off position. There we go. Because I have a gas tank over here. And that means it needs to plug in to here. And then the same thing again over here. Because, yeah. Okay, cool. Now we can turn this back on. Oh, yeah, maybe that's the case, Kestrel, but I'm sitting on 3 times. I dragged an asteroid made of neutron home the other day. I have way more neutron than I have a use for. But I mean, sure, if I would, next, I suppose what I could do is order in 10,000 liters or 20,000 liters of limestone and switch to that. Yeah, that'd work too. Let's do that then. Yeah, Yeah, it's just literally I'm just basically favoring what I have a lot of and and I don't use a lot of. I go through a lot of limestone, and that's even before I've started making concrete. Yeah, I'm up. I've got over 25,000 in inventory here compared to everything else, right? Quartz, I have wait. I'm gonna actually have to start throwing quartz out soon, I think. But oh, that reminds me, I haven't done this. But yeah, you get the idea, right? But that said, it's not a bad time to order in another 10,000 limestone because yeah, I go through limestone like candy. And like as I say, that's even before I start making concrete. Oh wow. Okay. The average is 779. Okay. But that's artificially inflated because of this one. Yep, that's exactly what I do. Oh, thank you. That reminds me, I forgot to turn that on. Scrap. No, what I actually tend to do is I keep tier 1, tier 3, and a little bit of tier 5 in stock. What if I'm working on something the size of a of an L core, and yeah, that covers everything. Okay, let's get that in here too. I gotta get my scrap list. Oh, that wasn't very clever. Yeah, what am I doing? It's silicone scrap. And then, well, what's my tier scraps? What are my tier 3 scraps? Nickel. I think I'll go with silver. Okay. All right, cool, Kistral. Maybe what I'll do is I'll get an order of ag dropped off. It's acanthite, I think it is for silver. Yeah, whatever it is, the silver ore. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Old minute advanced asteroid. Uncommon. That's basic. But that uncommon is like 27 SU away. That's nothing. There's a rare. Just oh, okay. Yeah. That's by Talamai though. That's not of value. Now let's play in the combat zone for Mattis. Yeah, but that's cool. There's okay. All right, I may do that later. Just run out and grab some rock. Actually, Tubes, I was just looking at the time. I'm coming up on. I'm over 4.5 hours on the stream right now. I should probably wrap up. But I just want to verify that this thing's going to work. However, I would love to come take a look at it maybe the next time I'm online, just kicking around. You can VR to it? Alright, well, give me a minute then. Maybe we'll do that to wrap up. Okay, we are producing X1. Isn't that cool? Alright, Aslan, take care of yourself. Appreciate you. Yeah, we will be, when I'm done here, we'll be raiding out to whoever else is streaming, so we'll, if you got a favorite there, get the name ready, and in about 20 minutes I'll be polling for who to raid to. So, it's a mess, but it's operational. And we'll do the cleanup tomorrow. And, you know, when I say cleanup, I mean, you know, it'll wind up looking a little bit more like this. This is about as tightly packed as I can get a tiny factory without resulting to gluing things to the ceiling. But, I mean... Ah, nitron fuel does not have an output. Did I forget to plug? Oh yeah, of course I forgot to plug you in. There we go, and you'll have the same problem. Apparently they're all going to have the same problem. I didn't plug any of them in. There we go. And now we're going to do one of my favorite things, which is grab an excess container. Here we go, one excess container, equip. We will sit it here. We will hook it to this. And we will grab this and run it over by a landing pad. And we'll, as soon as I get another excess, we'll do the same thing. We'll put another one over here. I should probably put that back so Dark Angel knows where to find the damn thing. So we're going to turn that off for a moment. We're going to scoot over here. Get this one going. Do I... Really surprised I don't have any other X1s. No, none. That's surprising, actually. Oh, for fuck's sakes, piss off. Oh, really? Okay. I guess I need another container. What are you plugged into, out of curiosity? Right, okay, one sec. Come back here. Oh, that. Really? No, what are you? You're just a container. Okay, I don't know what you do. Any links? None. It's just a container sitting here. Awesome. Okay, let's get rid of you. But what the hell are you plugged into? Oh, you're up into here. Okay, so that's probably... That's an L container. Okay. Yeah, we'll just tack another L into this. Equip. Sit there, would you? There, problem solved. Okay. Okay. So what have I got left here? Okay, so I got 100,000 liters left. Okay. All right, I'll have to build that a little bit later on, but that's basically a copy paste maneuver. It's not a big deal. Okay, what are we doing here? Green light is off. Everything off? No, green light is on. Okay, you back over here. that can come out of here for now. Well, yeah, forever, quote. Yeah, I don't have a container L listed. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. God, I'm clumsy. Five, four, three, two, one, and turn it back on. Yeah, everybody says, oh, commenting takes too long. Yeah, right up to the point where you've got to do it afterwards. Which means you have to essentially rewrite your code mentally so you can figure out what it is your comments should have said. Yeah. Okay, we can turn that off. All right, we have stuff doing stuff, which is excellent. Okay. So yep. Just making sure this thing's got its marching orders and everything's working the way I expected first. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'll have to let it run for an hour to be sure, but I'm not seeing anything pitching errors or pitching a fit, so I'm going to presume this is working as expected. Awesome. Yeah, making plastic. That's a good sign. Okay, cool. Oh, what happened? Oh, I'm sorry, Tubes. Not sure what the hell, not sure why the hell it took a fit on you there. Give me a sec. Sorry about that. You were untimed. Ta-da! Miracle performed. Okay, whoa. Weird. Yeah, okay. Alright, what's the name of where I'm going? Mm-hmm. A long voyage to a distant star. Okay, we're here. Cool. Hey, look, it looks like a place. Ah, there you are. Oh, yeah. Okay, I like the blinky lights. You immediately win because you have blinky lights. We'll just say that. Nice setup. Wow. Much wow. So glass, much wow. Yeah. Amazing. Nice. Yeah, I figured that's what that was. That is some gorgeous work. Oh, I like the use of the copper. Well, yeah, steampunk. Yeah, no, I love that. Pretty, pretty, pretty. Smart use of the indentation. Like that. Yeah. Wild. That is a lot of gear. However, if you basically want to build a warp cell fountain, that'll do her. Yep. Yeah, it has a viewing angle. There's no doubt about it. But when it's going full power, I imagine just even as it is going to look pretty damn impressive. Like the choice of lighting you're using. Love the ripple boards. Did you do that by brute force, or have you got a programming board behind that? 18 glass furnaces, yeah. And those are XLs? No, just, okay. L's. Just the angle I'm looking at it. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Smart way you got it stacked like that. Yeah, I figure when that thing's, quote, running at full power, that's going to look pretty damn awesome. Even as it is, right? After a fashion, the shell is almost a shame. But, yeah. Very well done. That's impressive. Yeah, that's impressive. Got everything clearly marked. I like that. Yeah. I deeply approve of that. Cat 3. Yeah, I deeply appreciate that you've got shit actually labeled about what it does. That is fantastic. Yeah, cannot tell you how frustrating it is when dealing with a pre-configured push button and something isn't working right, and the only thing you know is something isn't working right. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, you've done a tremendously good. There's not a lot of wasted space here at all. There's a little bit in that middle, but I'm not sure what the hell you'd put in there. Now, this is great. I love seeing stuff like this. And yeah, honestly, I can't disagree with Kestrel. Like, there's a couple, if you wanted it to really maximize the visual, there's a couple pieces you'd have to essentially turn outwards. But this thing would look absolutely amazing running at full power. Just as it is. Kind of in the way that that old big block engines, just kind of look cool when you got sitting there with their heads off, tipping over, right? Yeah. All right, awesome. Thank you very much for sharing that. I'm gonna duck out. Yeah, the reason I did tiny the way I did it for the for the blueprint master. Was because I wanted people able to see just all the moving parts when it's running and stuff, and it kind of looks cool to have it all kind of displayed arrayed with you sort of quote sitting in the middle of it all. And I always appreciated that about the when the original by Squiz, right? So that was certainly the inspiration for that version, but there's no doubt in my mind, particularly for someone who's clearly got a good sense of 3D spaces, which I don't. That, yeah, you could probably cram that in a much narrower space. All right. I should probably put this back over there where Angel expects to find it the next time she's got 5 minutes to breathe. Yeah, for sure. Maybe we can do that next stream. Core gravity. What the hell happened? Yeah, right. Got close to the core and grabbed onto the gravity field and grabbed onto the artificial gravity field for the hull. That's funny. Okay, let's grab that. There. Should be able to work with that just fine. There we go. The stats on this one aren't bad. Not great, but not bad. Very much an entry-level vehicle, right? But it'll get the job done. So basically it'll have 1.5 G's, 1.5 to 2 G's lift with a full load of cargo. And so that'll be right around 100 tons cargo. Cheap and easy. Shouldn't be, but not very expensive to get operational, and good looking, and easily upgradable. The interior here is going to little thin on cargo space, right? But the idea is also there's going to be some benches and stuff in here. If folks wanted to dramatically increase the cargo capacity, it wouldn't be hard. You rip out the chairs, you put two or three more containers in. That's not a problem. And the get out of jail free card for places like Thades and Mattis is that, which is probably going to get replaced by a maneuver. But for now, that's the placeholder engine. But it has a tremendous amount of vertical thrust, just like the original version I built. So, doesn't look terrible. We'll use that phrase. Doesn't look terrible. Looking forward to getting it operational again. All right. Interestingly enough, the first version of I had built, I wasn't quite so slavish to making it look like the TV version, and so the proportions were much more dictated by. I basically built the engines and then built it the right shape around the guts, and it actually had notably better performance than this one does. But that'll be something I'll need to fix. I may wind up doing two versions of it. The entry-level version, and then take advantage of the fact that you can do component swap, and doing a version with advanced engines, just to get the extra oomph out of it, to be able to get up to about 200 tons cargo to orbit. It's a hybrid. It's a slave to the fact that half the engines it's moving around are useless. But then I'll do the once I've got the hybrid version working, and Angel's got the Dark Angel's got the voxels completed for it, then it'll be easy to transition that to the other two variants. One is a orbital, and one is atmosphere only, and then the fourth variant is without the without that middle gear, or that middle box area. It's just the overend strut. It'll basically be three large containers slung off the bottom of it, bare naked, looking like a brute hauler. And that'll be another space only version, basically a dump truck. So yeah, but there we go. Yep, absolutely. If you're more than 500-600 meters away, the game starts unloading stuff. That's the catch. The game, you know, any element that you are not likely to interact with gets unloaded as quickly as it can. That's part of how the game saves time, memory, blah blah blah. And so, well, the boards are just elements. And as soon as they stop existing, yeah, that's it, you're done. Right? So that's why what I tend to do is bolt together several PBs, several tiny factories in one area, and then I can basically take my time, fuss with them, run different things, move cargo around, load ships, blah, blah, blah. And I'm always in the same area, right? That's all, like I say, for an industrialist, just rush the large core, the tech to be able to unlock the large cores, and just don't do anything other than the large cores. It just saves so much aggravation. Tiny Factory is not intended as an industrial operator. It is intended as I don't want to fly all the way to Alioth. I need 5 of those. I need 3 of these. I'll just turn it on while I'm doing this thing over here in the other corner, and in 20 minutes I'll have the stuff I want. If you need anything more permanent than that, then you pretty much have to do dedicated production lines, where it's actually running server side, right? But yeah, if it's running if it's a LUA script, as soon as you're basically not near it, it goes away, and that's just the way the game works. We have fuel, we have scrap. I guess it works. I like that. And we're making ourselves some matte gray carbon fiber. Fantastic. I should point out, by the way, before I wrap up, I do keep this quote oxygen tank over here, right? And I will probably make this bigger over time, depending. And the reason I do that is because it means that if one of these load contain, well, it'll always be this one. But if this one suddenly is like half full, I don't have to worry about, do I have enough gas to be able to do what I need? Everything in here is extra because I know I have enough over there by default. That's how I do it. So I can delete that whole thing of oxygen and it doesn't change a damn thing other than free up some space. Yeah. So I guess that's it. So yeah, we'll wrap it up there, folks. Yeah, I've noticed that. DU, and the reason is actually that the Tiny Factory has so many moving parts that any one of them stopping working breaks the whole damn thing. So your customer board might be up and working, sure, but if Chef dies because that's just the machine, that's just the one that the server decided to unload, well, you're done. So that's the catch, right? Even if customer's working, if anything else breaks, it just kills the whole thing. So yeah. Let's see if there's anybody else up and around doing the do in DU. Same category, please. Ah, Syncopia. Awesome. He's got tags, Pax Dei. We'll drop over to Syncopia. So we will pop on over. And start raid. And right now. All right. Alrighty, and that's that for now. Sync is up, yeah. And let's wrap this one up. Thank you again, everybody, for hanging out. Ladies, gentlemen, non-binary refinery, everybody else who may be catching this, including those of you on the VOD, your time is appreciated. As always, reach out and touch someone, particularly if they haven't played DU in a while and you miss them. It's amazing what a quick call or quick text message will do to let folks know, hey, I'm thinking about you. Let's get together and game. Take care of yourselves, friends. We'll see you all again soon. Bye-bye.